Good morning. Welcome to EDNA. I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 150, and I call Senator Prentice.
Hey, Jack. Good morning, Chair McGuire and members of House EDNA. Feels like I was just here. Good to see you again this morning. For the record, my name is Sue Prentice, and I am the State Senator from District 5, representing 15 communities, large part of Grafton, a part of Sullivan, and one community in Merrimack County. Today I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 150. And Senate Bill 150 is going to we're looking to amend the composition of the Family Mediator Certification Board. And I do have the chair here with me to speak to this, as well as to propose what may be a technical correction. But before we get into that, I just wanted to share with you all that back in December, Honey Hastings, and some of you may remember Honey Hastings, who is an attorney who spent years in this building and over at the State House advocating on behalf of the legal community and family mediators. She had contacted me about doing this work because this Family Mediator Certification Board has been unable to meet in over a year because they don't have a quorum. And you can actually look at the website and see where it goes from the ability to meet to meetings being canceled. And that's one of the things that I looked at. So we had this conversation because Honey and I have worked together before. And unfortunately, before I could even file the language, she passed away suddenly. So I dearly miss the opportunity to work with her again, but it made sense to me more then and really now that this is the work of Honey and we need to, I'd like to see this through to the end on her behalf. So that's how this all got started. In 2022, as I spoke about meetings being canceled, out of 12 meetings, 11 were canceled. So by way of background, family mediation is a process in which a neutral third party facilitates the resolution of family disputes by assisting the parties in creating their own voluntary agreements. It's designed to be less adversarial than the traditional court process. In order to act as a family mediator in New Hampshire, you need to be certified. The Office of Professional Licensure and Certification represents the Family Mediator Certification Board. So they are housed and work out of there. This board was established to develop and maintain ethical, professional, and educational standards for the certification of family mediators to safeguard our state citizens. The board is also responsible for investigating complaints and taking disciplinary action as authorized. So I'm going to that would be actually running. I'm going to speak to the changes in each section. Section 1 of the bill reduces the number of public members from 2 to 1, the number of family mediators on the board from 5 to 3. It maintains a judge. It maintains one member of the New Hampshire Bar, and it removes the marital master and mental health professional. Section 2 prescribes the terms, how vacancies are filled, and how persistent absences will be addressed. Section 3 reduces the number of meetings from 12 to 6 per year. This bill also outlines the transition that will need to take place to move the quorum from 11 to 6, as well as phasing out of the marital master and the mental health professional. I thank you for the opportunity. I would welcome questions, and if I can't answer them, I'm so glad to have Fran Lane with me, who's the chair of this board. One of the things that Fran is going to speak to that I think we're going to need to consider here is in Section 3, and I'll pass this email on to Chair McGuire. It recites that a quorum shall be half of the membership appointed by the governor and council, but only five members are. So really what it does is instead of being based on 6, it's based on 5, and cutting that in half is 2.5 and really doesn't work. So we're going to need to, I believe, make a change there, or hopefully in committee you all can make a change, and between Fran and I, we can supply that language. Okay, so thank you again for the opportunity. Good to see you again. And I'll take questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions? Representative Blackus.
Thank you. Looking at 3B,
Hold on, let me get you.
that's in the quorum part. If I understand correctly, if, if seats are vacant, that will that reduce the quorum? It sounds like it would, and my concern is if you get down to one person or something, and they'd be the whole thing. I mean, so I have some concerns about, it automatically reducing the quorum if people, if the seat's vacant. I understand why, with not being able to meet, there might be a desire for that, but I don't know if you can comment on that.
Representative Lekas, thank you for the question. It's a good observation. I can't comment on it at the moment. I'd like to bring this to Fran Lane and see if we can provide more clarity there. I just haven't had enough time to think about it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? I have one, Senator. When I was looking at the current statute, it still has fee setting authority with the board. And it also, so I'd like to remove that if that's not a problem, since the fee setting authority is being consolidated with the OPLC.
Okay.
And also, there's a line that says that the board can create requirements for licensure that are not in statute. And I would very much like to remove that and simply add any requirements created by rule into the statute.
Rather than statute creating it, put rules to create the requirements. Is that?
Right. The requirement should be in the statute and merely echoed in the rule, not created in the rule.
Okay. I got it back. Thank you.
Okay, so while we're working on the quorum issues, we'll start that, and we might change the effective date depending on the other changes.
Understood. Okay.
Okay, so anyone else? Okay,
I do have to go back. We're just starting session, so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Fran Lane, and we can all represent Chair McGuire. We can continue to communicate about these changes again. Thank you all, and have a great day.
okay.
But,
Thank you, Senator.
Chair,
Yes.
I have a question actually probably of you, and that is, was there anything in the initially proposed licensing changes to HB2 that related to this board? Just
No.
wondering. No? Okay.
No, this was an initiative of the board that or Senator Prentice, that the board is too unwieldy as currently
I
constituted.
just want to make sure there wasn't a conflict between things that might happen or whatever. right.
Thank you for checking into
Yeah,
that.
thanks.
Francis Lane.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Francis Lane. I live in Newfields, New Hampshire. On a personal note, I'll say the last time I was in this building, I was across the hall 44 years ago taking the bar exam. I am a New Hampshire attorney. I'm very pleased to be here. In 2009, I also became certified as a marital mediator in the state of New Hampshire. In 2019, I was appointed to serve on the Marital Mediator Certification Board here in Concord. I was on the board and served as a chairperson in the past year, 2022. I just stepped down from that board this past month. We talked earlier, Senator Prentice mentioned Honey Hastings, who is a friend of mine since 1980. Our board experienced a number of different difficulties, beginning with the pandemic in terms of quorum issues, and most severely in 2022, the past year, where we were only able to hold one meeting for quorum issues. By statute, the board was originally constituted with 11 members, a judge, a marital master, 2 members of the public, a mental health professional, and 5 mediators certified by the Conflict Resolution Association, and also a New Hampshire attorney. This past year, as I mentioned, we were unable to have a full quorum of the board in order to conduct our business month to month. And as I indicated, and I think Senator also mentioned, we only had one meeting in 2022, which created a number of different problems for the board, many of them which were very significant with regard to licensing issues, approval of courses, et cetera. Honey Hastings was in contact with me to discuss this problem over the course of the past year, and together with other mediators, there was discussion about making necessary changes and updating the statute with regard to our quorum. And what you have before you is the product of that work. I'm be very happy to explain any parts of this new legislation that you may have. I would point out that in reading it again yesterday, I realized that maybe Honey had overlooked something in that one of her last conversations she had with me was she was proposing to eliminate a New Hampshire bar member on the board. And in our discussion, I urged her not to consider doing that and to leave the bar member in there. But I realize now she did again, by way of this statutory draft, include the bar member, but under 3C, it reads that a quorum shall be half of the membership appointed by the governor. This statutory provision would provide that 5 members of the board are appointed by the governor. 1, the judge, is appointed by the administrative judge, so it's not subject to appointment by the governor. So I think that that was just an ambiguity, that she made a change by adding the lawyer back in, but not changing that provision. I think that that may lead to an ambiguity with regard to 3C. And if I might suggest, perhaps that language could basically just be revised to read that a quorum shall be 3 members appointed by the governor. Again, 5, according to this legislative proposal, would be appointed by the governor, and this would simply indicate that 3. According to the structure of this bill, 3 would be the baseline quorum necessary for the board to act or have any formal votes. And I think that I would like to try to address your question about that, if I understood it. It wouldn't be reducing the number of members needed to be physically present below 3. And if there were not going to be 3 members present at a board meeting, the board could not proceed with any formal votes on any business.
Thank you, Representative Blackus.
Yeah, I think with the change you're proposing in the language to make it 3 members, then clearly it wouldn't drop. But I think the existing language, the quorum would automatically drop if you had vacant seats, and it could drop down to 1. I mean, that's how I read the language. But with the change you're proposing, that wouldn't be an issue.
But the board could not proceed with meetings.
Well, except it said a quorum, originally it said follow-up, sorry.
Yeah, follow-up, please.
A quorum shall be half the membership appointed by the governor and council. Vacant seats shall not count. And so if you had, let's say, all seats vacant other than 1 that was appointed by the governor, the clear meaning of the language is that they could have a meeting and take action with 1 member. I don't see how to read it otherwise. Maybe I'm missing something.
I think that your suggestion of just changing
Yeah.
it to 3 makes it
Yes.
very unambiguous. Unambiguous. Yes.
I
We can
I
all
know
count to
that
3.
I know that she was thinking of 4 at the time, and that's why I think she had the language in there. It would be cut to 1/2 of the members. But again, in a final discussion, there had been a decision to keep the lawyer member as a member of the board. So
Okay. Thank you. What else? I have one question. Do you know how many family mediators are certified?
the last time that there was a discussion on this, I believe the response was 61.
61. All right.
Family,
thank you.
I should point out that
Close enough.
certified family mediators serve in all the courts, in the family courts in the state of New Hampshire. I presently serve in Brentwood.
Okay. I just want to know how many people we're dealing with. Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Over the last year, when you've had 11 out of 12 meetings canceled due to lack of quorum, how many people on average were available for those meetings?
Our quorum came down to 5.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but so you sent out a memo saying, can you come? How many people on average responded, yes, I can be there for each meeting? So did you have 3 respondents who said, yes, we would have been able to make it, we would have had a quorum under this, but we can't meet the 5 standard?
We seem to always have one person who could not make it, and we were at 5 members, and we needed a quorum of 5.
Okay,
Ah,
gotcha.
I don't know if that answered your question.
It does, yes, thank you. Yeah, I was, follow up real quick. I was under the assumption that you had 11 people on the board and you couldn't make the quorum, but you only had 5 members on the
Yeah.
board and you needed all 5 to make
Yeah,
the quorum.
I think another thing that might help you is that the statute that exists right now recites there be a judge and a marital master. The marital master retired, and there are no more marital masters in New Hampshire. For over 2 years, we were not able to find a mental health member to join the board, and we were not able to find public members that were willing to voluntarily serve. So it created a very significant problem for us.
okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
It is a bill that's very desperately needed.
Thank you very much. We hope we will deal with it. That's the last card I have on Senate Bill 150. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and I think we will.
Do you want me to put together an amendment based on the comments that we heard today?
If you want to, because I think we've got,
There are a few changes that we wanted to make, I believe.
and
One
al-
had to do with the fee setting.
right, there's 2, we'll work
deal-
on it together. but
Okay.
We don't want to pass the bill as is because of these issues.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the next hearing is at 10:45, so we will take a short break. All right, good morning. I'm opening the hearing on Senate Bill 147, and I call the prime sponsor, Senator Ennis.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good morning, committee members. I'm here Dan Ennis, District 7, Bradford, New Hampshire, here to introduce Senate Bill 147. This is a bill that is brought forward at the request of the Board of Dental Examiners, and it has some provisions in it regarding anesthesia and the administration of such. But essentially, it does a couple of things. The bill changes the constitution of the Board of Dental Examiners to include a dentist with a current permit to administer anesthesia, which I think is an important addition to the board to provide a perspective that isn't presently there. And it provides guidance regarding permits to dental facilities and the establishment of qualifications and requirements of facilities where sedation is performed. It's a pretty straightforward bill. I think it does some very good things, particularly around anesthesia and getting more of a voice in that area. And as we know, anesthesia is an important medical procedure, but one that needs careful monitoring and should be watched by the board. So with that, if there are any basic questions, I'm happy to take those, but I know there are some folks behind me who will testify to this bill who have much more knowledge on the subject than I.
Very well said, Senator. Are there any questions? No?
All right.
Thank you for
Thank you very
coming.
much.
All right, Representative Schuett. And yes, you should introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Diane Schuett. I represent Merrimack 12, which is now just the town of Pembroke. I am pleased to introduce Amendment 2023-1239H.
And this amendment was placed before your seat. There are copies for other people.
Yes,
At the door.
I believe everyone on the committee has copies, and there are some spares on the table. And this amendment takes the step of answering some of the questions that had arisen in the Senate, clarifies primarily that the administration of either moderate or deep sedation or anesthesia for children 8 years and younger. And the language is language that was agreed to by the New Hampshire Dental Society and the oral and maxillofacial, I think I got that right, surgeons. And so that's the language that you will see. The one thing that I will point out, the addition that looks a little strange is amending Section 5. If you look at your copy of the Senate amended bill, Section 5 is on the very back page. And if you look at line 7, I happen to notice that to read as follows is repeated twice. So I figured while we were doing the amendment, I'd had them scratch one of those.
Thank you for explaining that. It looked like the second page of the amendment was missing.
Right.
Okay.
So if there are any questions, if there are any technical questions, some of the dentists and representatives behind me would be glad to answer them. And
Okay. Are there any questions? Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the first section requiring the dentist member shall have a current permit to administer general anesthesia and deep sedation. There are 5-year terms on the board. This takes place 60 days after passage. Is there an open seat to be filled with that at the moment, or how is that going to be handled?
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing
Oh,
you.
sorry, Representative Schuett. So this bill goes into effect 60 days after passage. The terms on the board are 5 years. Do you know if there's an open seat on the board right now that can be filled by somebody with this criteria, or would they have to free one, and if so, how?
I do not know. I'm assuming there are representatives of the board
Okay.
here. I'm sure they can answer that.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much, Representative Schuett. Michael Auerbach. Michael Auerbach. All right. I guess he's not here.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
That's how my board treats me too, so. Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you to you and the members of this committee for your consideration. My name is Michael Auerbach, for the record. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Dental Society. We represent over 1,000 dentists, hygienists, assistants, and dental professionals throughout the state. Our focus is on the practice of dentistry as well as the patients we serve. I'm coming here today in full support of this bill as amended. And I would like to bring forward, if I may, we have Drs. Lori Rosado and Dr. Mark Abel, who are able to speak to their professional credentials as they pertain to these amendments. But what I will say is that, in our opinion, this bill speaks to some of our core concerns. If the amendment speaks to strengthens the rules so that credentials of individuals like the oral surgeons in particular are underscored, and that patient safety is also maintained, and furthermore that that there are no gaps in care caused by any changes in the rules. At this time, I would like to bring forward Dr. Lori Rosado, who I believe is also one of your testifiers.
We do have a
If you have
short
a question, of course.
Yes, Representative Likas.
Thank you. Just want to clarify, by the amendment, you mean the Senate amendment or the amendment that was just introduced?
The amendment that was, thank you, Representative, for your question. It was an amendment that was just introduced by Representative Schuett.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, please, Dr. Rosado.
What,
Was there another question? I'm sorry.
there was another question for me.
Oh.
It's over here.
Yes, Representative. Excuse me,
So
Representative.
let's get, so anesthesia in dentistry is not new. And I'm just wondering what prompted this change.
As I understand it, this was an amendment that was brought not by the Board of Dental Examiners, but by Senator Innes and others in the Senate, that they were concerned about the impacts of having an additional person in the room, not understanding that in most oral surgeons' offices, they do have additional people, they do have additional training. There were a lot of questions that were raised in the Senate when the amendment was offered in the Senate. Questions about what are the credentials of oral surgeons? Do they have safety protocols in place? And to be frank, I think the Senate ran out of time before crossover and wanted to bring it to the House to answer some of those more detailed questions, which is where this amendment came from.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I have a question. Was this in a result of the audit of the Board of Dental Examiners?
This amendment, Representative?
The bill?
The bill, I believe, was a standard rules package. As I said, the final amendment that pertains to lifting the exemption for oral surgeons, that was brought separately, not by the board's design. It was an amendment that was brought by in the Senate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rosado?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Lori Rosado. I'm a practicing dentist here in Concord. I'm also the chair of the Governmental Affairs Council for the New Hampshire Dental Society. I'm also the volunteer dentist that serves 10 public schools in the Concord area and surrounding towns. As a dentist who sees children, a fair amount of children, patient safety is obviously paramount, whether it's for children or anybody, but here we're speaking about children. Although nationally, it's very rare to have a patient death under anesthesia. That's a concern here. It's very rare. We're fortunate to that's never happened here in the state of New Hampshire because of the procedures and protocols that have always been put in place. Oral surgeons have always practiced under an exemption for decades or longer. And that's always what's been in place. That's what's being asked to change through this bill and through this amendment. And we do support the amendment that Representative Schuett has put forward to change the age frame of which oral surgeons or dental anesthesiologists can sedate a patient as a solo practitioner. Again, oral surgeons specifically have always practiced with trained providers with them. They're not oral surgeons. They're assistants that go through a far more advanced training system than your typical dental assistant. They go through what's called a DANCE training, which is a dental anesthesia training. So oral surgeons in this state have always practiced extremely safety, having those types of assistants present. As a general dentist, I'm not qualified to administer moderate or deep sedation. And I can't answer a lot of questions on that. We have experts in the room for that. However, as a provider of children's dental care, I can tell you how a dentist engages into a situation where a child needs to be sedated. So, for instance, a child comes to my office that has a severe dental infection that I'm not, and they need sedation for that, whether it's due to anxiety or medical history, et cetera. They need sedation. I then refer to an oral surgeon usually. I can refer to a pediatric dentist who then can find appropriate measures of sedation. However, pediatric dentists usually can't do that immediately because they can't do that within their office themselves. They rely on a hospital setting or other modes of treatment. An oral surgeon can sedate the child if they deem the child is capable to undergo sedation. And again, there's parameters that they look at with that being age, airway size, weight, and other things. And age isn't always the determining factor. It's the size of the child, et cetera. Again, there's experts in the room that can speak to that. The one thing that we get concerned about is if this exemption is taken away from the oral surgeon, this adds a lot of cost to the parent of the child, a cost in the realm of $800 to $1,000. Now, we can't let cost be the determining factor here. Safety has to be the number one factor here, of which we've always had that in our state. But if we cannot have the oral surgeons do this, and they do need to have that added provider, you are looking at a cost of $800 to $1,000 to bring someone else into the office, most of which, many of these children are Medicaid children, of which the parents can't afford the $800 to $1,000. The other option that surgeons have to do, that they could do, is bring the child to the hospital to be sedated. That's increased cost, sometimes upwards of $2,000 for anesthesia there as well. The more concern there is that the child is then going to go through a waiting period. And if they have a dental infection, that usually can't wait. I don't think that the public always knows how severe a dental infection can become. They look at it as they're just baby teeth, and these aren't just baby teeth. Dental infections can become very serious in children. I'll give you the name of a child in the state of Maryland that died due to a dental infection several years ago. It was Diamante Driver. He lived within the Baltimore area, and if you look up that case, it was quite frightening because the patient developed an infection that couldn't be seen in a timely manner. We don't have that issue here in the state of New Hampshire because we know that all children will be seen in a timely manner. It's a very cohesive state. The dentists work very closely with their oral surgeons, and it's never been an issue to get a child treated in a safe manner. So lifting the exemption completely does pose some questions, but at a bare minimum, we'd never want to see it lifted for over the age of 8. We know that will make it even more difficult, but under the age of 8, we're willing to agree to that amendment. As it is right now, under the age of 8, most oral surgeons aren't sedating those patients anyways. And I don't think there's an oral surgeon in the state that would ever sedate a 1-year-old in their practice, and usually 1-year-olds don't need to be sedated for a tooth infection anyways. Those are usually due for other procedures, like they can't nurse well and the mother is trying to nurse and they need a procedure done for that. So I feel that, I know that this state provides very, very safe care, and I will leave it to your decision as to whether you want to change this to have an amendment of 8 and under. Knowing that we are going to pose an access to care issue with that. And I have my written testimony that goes over all those details that I'm happy to provide to you. And I want you also to feel very comfortable asking us questions and to ask the experts in the room the questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a little bit confused, Doctor. You did say that you support Representative Schuett's amendment. Do you have some problems with the amendment, even though you're supporting it? Because
I don't. My only concern is I know there could be an access to care issue because you may have a 6-year-old with an infected tooth that has high anxiety that an oral surgeon could sedate with very, very light sedation. Remember, they are not doing deep sedation like a hospital anesthesiologist does. They're doing light sedation. So the oral surgeon could take that 6-year-old, do light sedation, have the tooth out in probably 30 seconds or less, wake the child up, child won't remember anything. The child might be screaming and crying, but they won't remember anything, and the procedure's done within minutes. Whereas now that 6-year-old needs to go to the hospital, which will delay care, cause extra cost. It's just it will affect access to care, but it's just a decision you guys have to make. At a bare minimum, we wouldn't want to see that happen over the age of 8, though.
And somehow the amendment would force that to happen more often or at all?
Well, what the amendment does is it will cause anyone under the age of 8 to have to go into a different sedation setting. The oral surgeon would have to call a second provider in, and if that child presents, at 2:00 on a Tuesday afternoon, where's the oral surgeon going to get that second anesthesia provider? They're either going to have to call someone and say, we have to postpone this till tomorrow, or if they can come tomorrow, I don't know. They don't have people at their fingertips to just show up at their office to be the second provider of anesthesia on an immediate basis, or they have to get it scheduled in the operating room, which is going to be delay of treatment and increased costs. Either way, it's going to increase costs. More the concern is the delay of treatment with a dental infection.
I'm a little bit puzzled by your
to-
support.
Representative Schmidt, the amendment changes the age from 13 to 8, which expands the number of older children who can be treated.
I get that part. It's just that she indicated they support the amendment, and yet
We do support the amendment because I guess I know what you're saying. Like, why support the amendment at all if there's going to be an access to care issue? Well, we're up against a big fight, and we don't want this to come across as us not wanting safety for children. We absolutely do, but
So
we're willing to take something.
may I say that the amendment lowers the age for special treatment for children from 13 to 8, which you fully support, and it has some exemptions for younger people, including experienced dentists who have dealt with children in the past.
Correct. So just to kind of take us back a step, we've never had, oral surgeons have always been under an exemption that they can treat any age. Then recently it came up that it would be 13 and under. And then with, the recent questions and et cetera, that have happened in the last couple of weeks, we said, well, then we'll go 8 and under. But this isn't us that are putting that forward. This was something that was given to the dental profession. Prior to that, they could sedate any age.
Right. And even with this, a dentist or an oral surgeon who has been dealing 20 patients in 2 years, which is a relatively small number, I would imagine, would be exempt from needing a second anesthesiologist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it will essentially create specialist child oral surgeons, or tend to, because they if they can do it without a second person, they'll be able to do so more easily and more rapidly.
Correct.
And so
Correct.
Essentially you will be allowing specialists in dealing
Yeah,
with children.
except for the age under 8. Except for under 8.
Specifically for 8.
8 and under. Regardless, this amendment is still saying that the oral surgeons cannot treat 8 and under.
Exempt from this requirement if they had personal administration for 20 patients in the last 2 years.
That's the qualifications for all oral surgeons.
No, this is specifically to be exempt from the requirement to have a dedicated anesthesiologist present. If you look at the amendment, that's line 17.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. If I may, I think Dr. Abel, who is our oral surgeon, can give you better understanding of his qualifications as they would be defined in this new section under Representative Schuett's amendment.
Okay.
But what we are talking about is strengthening the oral surgeon's qualifications for that exemption, as you indicated, Representative,
Okay.
and also focusing the exemption on children who are most vulnerable, and that is the 8 and under population.
All right, thank you. In that case, I think we should hear from Dr. Abel. Representative Blackus?
Yeah, for the dentist there who spoke. If I understood you correctly, you said there's never been a death related to anesthesia related to dentistry.
Correct.
All right, and
In
so,
New Hampshire.
In New Hampshire. So my question is, looking for your position on this bill, either with or without the amendment, do you actually see, if there hasn't been a problem, do you see a need at all for any of this?
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Representative Schmidt?
Well, the thing is, I get it that, you know, dealing with small children is obviously a problem for dentists. They're not only very young, they are very small. Everything is smaller. You know, I haven't seen a newborn baby for a long time, but I remember seeing a preemie that was about the size of, you know, could hold the child in one hand. And but there is surgeries being done on children, on babies in utero on occasion, right? But also very,
Your
very,
question,
very young.
Representative
So,
Schmidt?
yes. Say again.
Your question is?
And my question is, so the thing is that the question of special cost and special permission and special training, but this is not just limited to dentistry. There's surgeries being performed on very small children in case of life-threatening medical situations.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to be very careful with regard to the advice we're getting, whether this is appropriate to do, since this is a medical situation, so I think we want to pursue the situation with your colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Baroda?
I have a question for Mr. Auerbach. Do you see the benefit of having a member of the board that has a permit to administer general anesthesia and deep sedation? Let's just forget the rest of the bill. But if that would make sense to me, but I would like your concurrence.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're asking if, do I see the benefit of an oral surgeon who is exempt from a waiver?
As they currently exist,
Okay.
is it beneficial to have an oral surgeon, a member of this board, since they are not currently a member of the board?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, Representative. I must confess, as I said earlier, the final piece of this bill, the lifting of the exemption, was not the board's original design for SB 147. It was actually added on in the legislative process because while the Board of Dental Examiners was working on rules pertaining to this very issue. And those rules have taken, admittedly, quite some time to clarify. It's had some input from general dentists. It's had some input from people who are not subject to the board's rules. It's been creating quite a long process. And unfortunately, some who were concerned that it was taking too long or did not have it going their way went to the legislature to speed up the process by proposing to lift the exemption for oral surgeons. That's where we rested in the Senate. The final bill, there's actually another bill, SB 91, which was introducing just the lifting of this bill, of this exemption. That was re-referred back to committee. But the amendment was tacked on, lifting the exemption, which is why Representative Schuett, in her wisdom, looked at this, working with us to clarify on the areas that we feel are really of major focus for patient safety. So there's a number of different flows that are going on here. From our standpoint, this could have been avoided, frankly, if an oral surgeon was on the Board of Dental Examiners. There's not been an oral surgeon on the Board of Dental Examiners for years now. That individual could have provided a great deal of insight into the rulemaking process and might not have necessitated this individual or the proponents of SB 91 to come to the legislature. Thank you.
Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification's sake, this increased bureaucratic tape, is this going to increase delays to care? I know every field's saying it's hard to get people to do everything right now. There's labor shortage. So would this increase the time needed to actually get surgeries done? And if so, I know you can't give me an exact, but is there something you can speak to in that regard?
I just want to make sure, thank you, Representative, for your question. I just want to make sure I'm clear on your question. You're asking if this, if the exemption is lifted, will this create more, or are you talking about the general provisions of the SB 147?
Just if this was to go into effect, timeline basis, is this looking to increase the weights or?
Inclusive of the amendment from Representative Schuett. We feel that, well, right now there is a wait, there is a wait for this type of care. We feel that if you're going to impose upon oral surgeons who already have staff dedicated, and Dr. Abel can give you a better glimpse of what goes on in an oral surgeon's operatory. If this exemption is lifted, they're going to have to bring in another person. As Dr. Rosado mentioned earlier, you can't just pick up the phone and call somebody and have them come in on a weekend for an emergency. There are going to be delays. And, you know, as Dr. Rosado mentioned, if an infection comes, it could be an overnight event where somebody's in the hospital or something terrible further happens. So we do not want to create any situation right now that lengthens the wait for dental care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Rosado. Let's hear from Dr. Abel.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Mark Abel. I am a resident of Bedford, and I'm an oral surgeon who practices in Manchester. I am also the most recent former chair of the anesthesia committee for the New Hampshire Society of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons. And in years past, I've actually testified in the legislature before on matters related to dental office anesthesia. I'm okay with 90% of SB 147 as originally written, but I'm here today to express concern about the amendment that was passed at the last minute in the Senate to remove the exemption for oral surgeons to provide deep sedation anesthesia to patients under age 13. The amendment's proponents lacked a full understanding of the clinical safeguards already in place, as well as the professional and ethical standards that we must already abide by to maintain our credentials. Like nearly 1,000 fellow New Hampshire licensed dental colleagues and more than 24 oral surgeons practicing in New Hampshire, I am committed to the safety of my patients. As an oral surgeon, I routinely am called upon to provide deep sedation anesthesia for my pediatric patients. Membership in our professional organization requires that my entire office team is on point, performing regular frequent emergency training drills, and that my facility is well equipped to rescue children of all ages from medical emergencies. This mandatory preparation is already further enforced by the Board of Dental Examiners during the anesthesia permitting process. Furthermore, when I am providing sedation to patients at any age, my staff and I all monitor our patients to make sure that they remain comfortably and safely asleep under deep sedation. In the development of this legislation, there has been some confusion as to the age of the children affected. I believe that the amendment offered by Representative Schuett provides clarity, focusing on the youngest pediatric patients who are most at risk of an adverse incident. By 9 years of age, a child's cardiorespiratory system becomes more similar to that of older children and adults. So Dr. Schuett's amendment ensures that those dentists who seek an exemption to administer deep sedation anesthesia to children ages 8 and under have a record of frequent experience treating the youngest of kids. Orthodontists frequently request for oral surgeons to surgically expose unerupted teeth on children as young as 9 years of age under anesthesia. We are focusing on ages 8 and under because I believe that strengthening the requirements of the exemption for oral surgeons to administer anesthesia to children ages 8 and under goes further to protect patients than removing the exemption altogether. The latter creates a gap in care for children aged 9 to 12 years, by requiring a separate anesthetist when they are not necessary, or by moving these children to an already understaffed and overburdened hospital environment, potentially increasing costs for patients. It is for these reasons that I ask the committee to vote that this bill ought to pass as amended by Representative Schuett. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Blackus.
Okay, this is basically the same question I asked before. Given that apparent complete safe history in the state handling anesthesia for dental purposes, do you actually see a need for this bill with or without the proposed amendment?
Yes, I see a need for the bill with the proposed amendment. Anesthesia permitting is a serious issue, and the oral surgery community takes the issue very seriously. We understand that there have been some sensationalized adverse events and some deaths of patients in dental offices under anesthesia in other states. And we take the knowledge that we've learned from those experiences from our colleagues in other states very seriously. And there is something to be gained by having these additional requirements for children ages 8 and under. We're working with Representative Schuett to really improve the current statutes so that they will provide the best patient safety for New Hampshire families.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Dr. Abel, would you agree with my conclusion that this will essentially create a group of oral surgeons who specialize in treating children?
I think that's correct. I think there already are, Madam Chair, oral surgeons who have that as kind of their focus. Like I was saying, the majority of oral surgeons do treat children ages 9 and over regularly. But certainly when you go into that younger age group, 8 and under, it would make sense to have some sort of extra requirement that they prove that they treat these kids regularly so that they can have the exemption.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Representative True and then Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for taking my question. Do you see 20 patients under 8?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you give us an idea of what would go on in your office?
Representative True, could you speak into your mic, sir? Thank you.
I'm sorry. If you were to be treating a child under 8, would you ever treat a child under 8?
Yes.
So if you were, what's going on in your office yesterday, putting that child under sedation, which would be different than if the amendment and bill were passed?
So currently, under current statute, oral surgeons are allowed to be exempted from the requirement for a separate anesthetist as long as the board has created rules that allow for that. And the Board of Dental Examiners has allowed oral surgeons to be exempted. So because of that, I could bring in a younger child and provide the anesthesia myself. And I am trained to do so. It's just that I don't do that regularly. Younger children, proportionally, they do have larger tongues, larger tonsils, smaller noses. There are, different physiologic parameters that need to be managed more carefully in a younger child. So it just, I think even though the current, statute would allow for me to do it, I think it makes sense for patient safety in that 8 and under population, just as the chair was saying, to have that extra justification that you do this regularly, that you're a specialist in the area.
Representative Schmidt, you had a question?
Thank you. So I appreciate your strong endorsement of Representative Schuett's amendment. Is this a situation where we would be better if the legislature stayed the hell out of it? Because, I'm wondering whether we're mucking around in areas we know nothing about.
I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, Representative, we've been so grateful that Representative Schuett has worked with us, that we've really, we've helped give our input into the amendment in such a way that we think it's very fair, and in fact, it improves patient safety. So to tell you the truth, I think this is an area where the legislature could be helpful, and because the board, they have had discussions about adding rules about anesthesia, but they had not officially made any rules that were passed regarding it that I think this legislature could contribute to in a helpful manner.
Follow
All
up?
right, thank you. Representative Brother?
May I follow up?
Oh, follow up.
Thank you. So it strikes me that that there is another body involved here, and it seems that the Senate had some involvement in the current state of this legislation that was perhaps unfavorable to the degree that we change the bill. It's going to have to go back to the Senate, even if it passes the House. Does it seem to you that this is possibly a fraught situation?
Well, the meat of this bill is very helpful. Remember, it's requiring that one of the members on the dental board is an anesthesia permit holder. That's very important. It creates this facility permit for dental offices to be permitted to provide anesthesia in their facility. And it actually also creates an anesthesia committee of the dental board, which previously had not been legislatively created. So those things that's the meat of the bill, and that's very important. Really, the issue that needed to be tweaked, if you will, was this issue of the age of pediatric patients, which I feel that we have given our input on with Representative Schuett in a helpful way.
One final question. So how many people, this is a small state, 1,300,000, and how many patients are we dealing with? I mean, I understand one child that dies is one child too many, but to the degree we create a structure that's designed for extremely, extremely rare situations,
Representative Schmidt, I think that question belongs in the subcommittee, and I hope.
Well, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear it's going to subcommittee.
You
That was going to
bet.
be my question.
It
Thank you.
definitely needs it.
I'll withdraw my question.
Representative Broder?
So if we were to leave the bill as is, I'm over here, I'm so sorry. If we were to leave the bill as is, but remove the qualifications, just remove H, and just pretend that isn't there right now, which is the part that we're talking about. Is that something that with the new board structure, you could put together rules that would be amenable, or is this a guardrail that you would want? I guess I'm asking you, either both of you. I mean, is it better to have it done in rulemaking, or do we want to put it in statute?
So H.
I'm talking about H specifically.
Yeah. H, which used to be G,
Yes.
was created in 2018 by a House bill called HB 1577, which I actually
Oh.
testified before the Health and Human Services Committee in both the House and Senate for. And there was a lot of discussion at that time about whether children needed to have further regulation from the legislature to
think
receive
so.
anesthesia in dental offices. And we've always felt that G, now H, could be improved. And so this is an opportunity to do that. I think that the wording in Representative Schuett's amendment is excellent, and I think that would, if the committee and the legislature adopted that, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This will be going to, I believe, Representative Schuett's subcommittee. Oh, sorry, Representative Schuett, yes, we'll be working on this one. Are there any other questions for Dr. Abel? In that case, I'll call Dr. Tebow.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair and committee. Absolutely. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Dr. Dwayne Tebow. I'm a nurse anesthesiologist. My anesthesia practice is one of the largest providers of dental anesthesia in New Hampshire. We provide anesthesia to adults and pediatric patients from age 2 and older. We provide deep sedation to several hundred patients per year, and 44% of our patient population is the patient population in question, age 2 to 12. That's approximately 50 patients per month. I'm also on the Board of Nursing for the state of New Hampshire, and I'm also one of 4 of the dental anesthesia inspectors for the Board of Dentistry and OPLC. So I have very intimate knowledge of anesthesia for pediatric patients aged 2 to 12. I'm here today, and I do not represent the Board of Dentistry, OPLC, the Board of Nursing, or the dental anesthesia inspectors. I'm here representing myself and the pediatric patients that need to have a safer environment in a dental office in which they receive deep sedation and general anesthesia for their dental work. In opposition to dentists providing anesthesia as a anesthesia provider and the dentist providing the surgical procedure, there are 7 national organizations that are against this. The American Society of Anesthesiology, the Society of Pediatric Anesthesia, American Society of Dental Anesthesiologists, American Association of Nurse Anesthesiologists, Society of Pediatric Sedation, American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry. All of these national organizations specialize in anesthesia and anesthesia for pediatric patients. Why are they opposed? They're opposed to have the dentist to do the deep sedation and general anesthesia for pediatric patients because it's not the standard of care. Now in healthcare, nowhere in healthcare does the surgical provider do the deep sedation and general anesthesia and surgery at the same time for a pediatric patient. Nowhere. Not in the hospitals, not in the surgery centers. So why is it that we allow this to happen? Dental office safety. Currently in the dental office in New Hampshire, where deep sedation and general anesthesia is provided to pediatric patients, where the dentist is doing the procedure and the sedation, it is made up of a team. That team consists of the dentist providing the anesthesia and the surgical procedure, as well as generally 2 assistants. The issue is not about the dentist being able to provide the anesthesia and their capabilities because they are qualified to do so. The issue really boils down to their team and how their team is able to provide emergency care to a pediatric patient should an emergency arrive. The assistants that make up this team that the dentist heads are dental assistants. Their scope of practice does not allow them to provide life-saving medications for anesthesia or reversal medications. They cannot draw up the medications. They cannot give the medications. They cannot start an intravenous line. They cannot manage an airway. This makes the dentist the only person in that room in a pediatric emergency to care for that patient. The only person. Unless the assistant is going to do something outside their scope of practice. Senate Bill 147 as amended, the original bill as amended, places a dedicated anesthesia provider separate from the dentist, which is the gold standard and the standard of care hospitals and surgery centers where deep sedation and general anesthesia is administered to pediatric patients. This affords the pediatric patient a greater level of safety should an emergency arise. You have 2 medically trained individuals, the anesthesia provider and the dentist, that are capable of providing life-saving measures to that child. And a team approach with 2 qualified, highly trained providers, the dentist and the separate anesthesia provider, will always be better than a single provider doing it alone. The amendment that has been proposed by Representative Schuler is not in line with actually the current language that the Board of Dentistry has proposed as rule changing. The interesting part is that this proposes that a provider of dentistry that does less than 1 pediatric patient a month is qualified to provide anesthesia and the surgical procedure to that patient. We do 50 in a month. It's a huge difference in experience and level of exposure to those kinds of emergencies. As far as additional costs, there will be no additional costs. The current dentist is paid for both the surgery and the anesthesia in this current model. When a separate anesthesia provider is providing the anesthesia, they will be paid for the anesthesia, not the dentist, and the dentist will be paid for the procedure, just as in the hospital or the surgery center. It does not cost the patient any more. Just the dentist will not be paid for the anesthesia. The anesthesia provider will be paid for the anesthesia. Financial burden. Last year, in 2022, Medicaid was billed for 28 cases by dentists providing both the anesthesia and procedure ages 2 to 12, according to Dr. Sarah Finney, Assistant Director of Medicaid Services at the March Board of Dentistry meeting. Multiply that number by 500% to compensate for other anesthesia companies such as Blue Cross, Blue Shield, Delta, etc. That's 140 patients per year with an average anesthesia cost of $850 per child. That total cost per year is $119,000. Divide that over the approximate 40 dental anesthesia providers that are here in the state of New Hampshire. That's a cost of $2,975. That is not a huge cost. Access to care was another concern that they have. Having a separate anesthesia provider for the surgical from the surgical provider will not create an access to care barrier. The access to care barrier is the lack of dentists in New Hampshire taking Medicaid. There are only a handful that actually take Medicaid. If more dentists took Medicaid, there wouldn't be an access to care issue. In Senate Bill 147 with amended, I would actually recommend an actual language change. In line 12, Roman numeral 1A, it should be changed to the anesthesia and subcommittee to be established, which shall consist of 1 dentist member of the board, striking who is a permit to administer anesthesia, and then 4 additional dentists should be struck to have licensing anesthesia providers and that are currently permitted to administer anesthesia in a dental office appointed to the board. This change would allow providers of anesthesia in the dental office, such as physicians and myself, nurse anesthesiologists, the opportunity to guide, inform, and educate the Board of Dentistry on non-dental matters related to anesthesia in dental offices from a different perspective and create a more well-rounded anesthesia advisory committee to the Board of Dentistry. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt.
Will you be available for the subcommittee?
Provided I don't have any pediatric patients I'm taking care of, and if I do, if I can move them, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Representative Abear.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony today. How much of a priority was this for you to get to the State House today to testify? Because I notice as you're talking, you feel pretty passionate about this.
This has been a long road. I have tried to get this to the point where we can provide safer anesthesia care for pediatric patients for over a year. I go to every single Board of Dentistry meeting, or just about every single Board of Dentistry meeting. I've had the Board of Dentistry call me on my personal cell phone to ask me anesthesia questions. I'm passionate about this because I feel that though the oral surgeons and dental anesthesiologists, they are qualified to give anesthesia. That is not the question in case here. It boils down to what is the safest or a safer way to provide care and anesthesia care, specifically deep sedation and general anesthesia, to these pediatric patients. I had to move my pediatric patients today and schedule them for next week. on a day that I normally wouldn't have them. But the interesting part was when I asked the dentist, can I schedule these patients? Are you able to do this with me? The answer was yes. Why? Because she understands, as a pediatric dentist, the importance of me being here today to represent the other side of the coin that you're not actually hearing about.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 147? Director Courtney, how nice to see from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. I'm not going to address the issue that we've primarily been discussing today, but I did want to comment on a few technical changes that I think the committee might want to consider. The original bill, SB 147, was requested by the Board of Dental Examiners as a result of the audit findings that I know you have read the audit or some of the audit. And one of the primary issues that the board would like to address is the fact that they presently don't permit the actual dental facilities. They permit the dental providers. And throughout the course of the audit, they have looked at other regulatory models. They would like to utilize the model that's utilized in Rhode Island, where they regulate the actual facility as opposed to the dentist. And so that was really the proposal that's contained in SB 147. I would suggest a couple of minor modifications, however, under the Board of Dental Examiners Rulemaking Authority. It grants them the authority to issue permits to dental facilities. Assuming if HB 655 were to pass, that would actually conflict with HB 655, and we might recommend language setting forth something like assess or determine eligibility requirements for permits to dental facilities. The same is true for page, on the last page, and I apologize, I don't have the amendment, but it's section 5. In line 10, there is a conflict there with respect to the fee setting authority. So we would just request that rather than have the fee set by the board, that it be established by the office. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I trust you'll be able to assist the subcommittee in including this in any amendment.
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Blackus.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that regular, like doctors' offices, the facility is not licensed. What, if that's correct, then what's the argument for doing it for a dental facility?
So it's actually administratively, it's become difficult, I think, to manage because what they've been doing is issuing permits to the actual dental providers, and as part of the permitting process, and Dwayne Thibault can probably fill in the blanks if I am not giving all of the information that's necessary. But as part of the permitting process, they initially go in and do a facility inspection to determine that they have the right equipment and that the hallways, are sufficiently wide enough. And every time a particular dental provider wishes to receive a permit, they have to do that same facility inspection. Doesn't really make sense. So they would prefer to have the facility inspected and permitted so that qualified providers can administer anesthesia.
Follow up? So how's that handled in a regular doctor's office? I would think there'd be similar issues or not.
Well, the health facilities are licensed under DHHS. Medical practitioners' offices are not licensed, but ambulatory centers are. So there is regulation. I do think that the one area of healthcare facilities that's not licensed are practitioners' offices.
Follow up brief. Yeah, it would seem to me that a doctor's office is more similar to a practitioner's office than these other things you're talking about. But
I agree. I think the distinction here that the board may suggest is that you're only required to be licensed if you intend to utilize anesthesia, put somebody under.
okay, thank you.
Representative Abear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. given the brutal dental board audit that we read at the very beginning of this session, is now the time to be considering any new bills regarding this change?
So the Board of Dental Examiners, as reflected in the audit, does require some additional legislative changes. This is what they've proposed. The OPLC is not taking a position on that. But I do think that there needs to be legislative changes with respect to the permitting process for anesthesia.
Okay. Yeah, the audit definitely had sections where legislation was required, so we'll have to cooperate. Any other questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 147? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing, send it to subcommittee, and open the hearing on Senate Bill 149. And thank you. Is Senator Rosenwald here? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Megan Murray representing Senator Rosenwald. Oh dear.
Good morning. Honorable colleagues of the House EDNA, I come before you to introduce and in support of Senate Bill 149 as amended by the Senate. As Vice Chair of the Hillsborough County Delegation, this bill was brought by Senator Rosenwald, myself, and other legislators within and outside of Hillsborough County at the request of Hillsborough County Nursing Home. But do note that other long-term care facilities have shared similar concerns regarding the needs for such legislation. SB 149 is an effort to help address some of the skyrocketing costs that we have been made aware of in testimony before the county executive body regarding traveling nursing agencies. Departments other than the nursing home are also experiencing skyrocketing increases in the cost of care when it comes to traveling placements. When presented to us, the cost of traveling agencies are nearly double or more than the cost of those who are employed directly within the county. Even with benefits or other roll-up costs associated, they are still higher. Care facilities across New Hampshire are hemorrhaging money to keep up with the skyrocketing costs associated with some of these entities. In addition to costs, the delicate dance this puts on negotiating staffing schedules also plays a role in how administrators navigate care staffing. It is true that most travel care will stay weeks or months at a time, but that said, when staffing changes out, it's still an interruption to the care modules. You will hear from other folks later who will talk about the intricacies of what is before you. Hillsborough County Nursing Home alone has well over 100-person wait list for beds, and due to the staffing shortages and increased costs in care to fill the gaps, over 50 beds remain vacant inside the facility due to fiscal constraints and staffing shortages. This backlog alone creates a domino effect to our larger hospital networks when folks are being discharged to from more acute hospital care into other areas like nursing homes. This bill will require traveling agencies to register with the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, as they are not required to do so right now, and also addresses agency contracts and hospital facilities, ensuring that nursing agencies are not double booking care providers during the same shifts or hours at 2 or more different facilities at the same time, period, or shift. And it importantly ensures that no agency is able to place an individual whose license has been suspended into a care module in New Hampshire healthcare facilities. As the Vice Chair of the Hillsborough County Delegation, SB 149 offers clarity and consistency between providers and facilities whose care is delicately balanced between them. This bill makes a commitment to ensure that there is fair competition, fees, and registered providers are operating within New Hampshire so that our care facilities can continue to utilize a variety of service providers necessary during challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lekes has a question, if you can answer it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will do my best, and if not, I'll defer to somebody else at a later time.
All right, thank you. So it's not clear to me how this is going to help with reducing costs. Not at all. I don't get that at all. So if you could help me with that.
Sure. I can speak to some of what we have heard before us in Hillsborough County. Oftentimes there seems to be a competition happening between double booking, where an agency will commit a person or personnel to one entity, only to then find it being rescinded and going to somebody else at a different rate.
Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking in section, second page, line 8, where it's to compel that facility to bid again for services already promised. So you sign a contract with the nursing agencies, right? To provide a service to the facility, and now they're reneging on the contract. Is that correct?
I think somebody behind me might be able to speak to the specifics of those because I am not in that position.
Okay, I'm just curious as to
Follow up.
I'm just curious as to the penalties for breaching contract. This seems like a contract issue and it could be handled that way. But anyway, the follow up on another question, Madam Chair.
A different question.
Different
yes.
question, yes. So the second part on line 10 is a nurse agency shall not recruit potential employees on the premises of a healthcare facility. That just seems kind of like a free speech issue. I don't know how you could stop somebody from saying, hey, you want a job? I mean, that just seems like a very broad issue.
I will say that I think non-compete clauses are standard in other places.
Yes, but this doesn't say that they'll have a non-compete clause. It says that they will not recruit, which it strikes me as being totally unenforceable.
You'll have to ask some folks who may be more aware of some of. Thank you.
Okay, we will do that. Other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Paula Minahan?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Paula Minahan, Senior Vice President, State Government Relations for the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all our hospitals, community hospitals, as well as specialty hospitals. We are in support of Senate Bill 149. And as stated by the co-sponsor, it would establish a process for nurse staffing agencies to be registered with the state, which would provide more transparency to all entities that utilize their services. I will not go over the attachment, but I really wanted to just leave this with you. Last summer, I should say, we did a labor cost study of our members. And so this is a one-page just highlights of the study, and then a more complete study that I welcome you to review at your convenience. It shows that this outlines one of our major challenges facing hospitals today is workforce. And while the pandemic exacerbated this challenge, the shortage has increased with patient demand, and hospitals had to bring in temporary staff to care for the growing number of patients who present with serious illness and in need of acute hospital level care. But unfortunately, these challenges have just spiked in the past several months and is not likely to diminish. So what happens, and I'll kind of skip through my testimony, you could read that at your leisure. But what happens is we now have this astronomical increase in because of personnel shortages, increase in contract labor that is highlighted in the report that I have shared with you. So this truly does threaten the financial viability of our hospitals because it is such an astronomical increase, as you can see by the one pager, that hospitals have seen a 133% increase in contracted labor costs, not just labor costs, contracted labor costs. They've always had to contract, as you can see from prior years, but now they had to go out and utilize staffing agencies, and not just for nurses either. I just wanted to clarify. We have, and the report does outline all the clinical personnel that they need to contract, and non-clinical actually. So we do, on behalf of our hospitals, I do strongly urge you to support this bill, and I will try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions that would be appropriate, Representative Lakis?
Thank you. Again, I don't see how this is going to save money. Maybe you can explain it, but I would think if anything, it could raise costs because you might have some of the agencies that would choose not to bother registering and not doing business in New Hampshire since there's demand everywhere. And with fewer options, that might even raise costs. So I don't understand how this is going to help.
It's just honestly, as I stated, a very modest attempt to at least have them register because they're not even registered in the state at this time. So the original bill was different than the bill that has been amended, and we worked and agreed with all the stakeholders to amend this bill. This is just, again, a modest attempt to try to at least have them register. And then, as was stated, I think either you or another individual asked on page 2, starting on line 5, contracts between the agencies and the healthcare facilities shall, and then it goes on to say what it shall not include, because some of these issues have been raised in the past. Again, as far as the hospitals, they have no choice. Patients need to be cared for, and they must fill those nursing and clinical vacancies. So they have no choice. So this is, again, quite a modest approach. I know that there are others here that can talk about what has passed in other states that is more significant. This is certainly has nothing to do with having them identify their costs, et cetera. Again, it's just, we believe in a positive first step.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I understand you believe that, but other than there's some issues on the contracting, and again, as someone else mentioned, I'm wondering if that could be handled, just how you handle the contracts with the agencies. But I truly don't see, other than maybe that issue, which I think could be handled another way, how this is going to help, and it may very likely hurt. If you can, very specifically, how exactly is this going to reduce costs? The rest of it I get. Thank you.
Again, it is an attempt to at least disclose some information and to address our concerns relative to not having a lot of information. And again, as outlined on page 2, it tries to articulate what has been a problem. So it may not reduce costs, but I do not believe it will increase costs, and hence why we support this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in your opinion, how would you prevent nurse agencies from recruiting on hospital grounds? How do you see that happening?
So some hospitals actually have a policy that is not allowed when they contract with an agency. But I mean, I think Representative McGuire is probably right as far as whether or not that can be enforced. It is just, again, trying to hone in and I guess rein in some of the concerns and problems that we have identified because we have increased so dramatically the contracts. But at the end of the day, the contract they will state that they shall not recruit. But if someone were to inquire, certainly that's possible. The hospitals, some of the policies is articulate that if you are a current nurse, for instance, and you cannot leave the institution, work for the staffing agency, then come back as a contracted nurse potentially at that institution, but it certainly could go somewhere else. But that is exacerbating our problem.
Okay, just a quick follow-up on that.
Yes,
please.
follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what would be, very broadly, what is the due process policy procedure for determining if that was to occur? Would that all be within the hospital's call? They have a little secret room and they say you were in violation of this policy, or how does that play out in your mind?
If I don't know if it's a secret room, but it's a hospital's policy, and if you're an employee, just like any employer, you should follow the employer's policies when you are hired by them.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Brody had a question.
So it was mentioned in the previous testimony, and I see it in this on page 2, in line 6 to 9. So it's possible that that a traveling agency will book, let's say, Nurse Jane at 2 hospitals, and whichever hospital pays the most, they will send Nurse Jane there, and they will cancel their contract with the other hospital. And that could be, basically, you're sending the person to the highest bidder. Is that possibly what they're trying to prevent?
Thank you for the question, Representative Grode. There are others here that actually sign these contracts and run institutions, so I think they would be best to answer the question
Thank
because
you.
they experience it directly.
Representative Schmidt.
Question of the chair, is this going to a subcommittee?
At the moment, it sure looks like it. Unless,
Kinda looks
unless
that
we
way
get
to me, too.
enlightenment from one of the half dozen people that haven't spoken yet, so.
You're forewarned.
Yes, we will be seeking enlightenment. Other questions, comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Ross?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Ross, for the record. I am the administrator of Hillsborough County Nursing Home in Goffstown, and I have been a licensed nursing home administrator for over 30 years. I respectfully request your support of Senate Bill 149. Temporary staffing agencies have long been a support for healthcare facilities and all through my career. And they serve a very specific purpose to help healthcare organizations support safe and appropriate care while we're working through temporary workforce challenges. This bill provides operational standards by which temporary nurse staff agencies supporting facilities must abide. The bill initially was focused on transparency, requiring disclosure of costs paid to agency workers in comparison with the charges billed to healthcare facilities. But we've amicably pared this down to brass tacks, establishing standards for nursing agencies operating in New Hampshire. The bill no longer requires the licensing of the staffing agencies, but does require registration with the OPLC. It no longer requires that they disclose costs versus charges, because that was felt to be proprietary information. I will note that all Medicare and Medicaid licensed facilities do have to disclose their own costs and revenues annually through a cost reporting process, however. This bill does require that agencies not leverage their staffing crisis by taking personal advantages of booking an individual at 2 facilities and then bidding up the price so to be able to send them to the highest bidder. And it prohibits them from recruiting staff at the facilities, and I'm happy to discuss that with you. I'm sure you're tired of hearing of the workforce crisis. We all are. No one more so in healthcare. But what is more tiring is the unfettered imbalance that the healthcare staffing agencies have with being able to charge pricing that is disregard to any reimbursement methodology. They're taking advantage of the law of supply and demand, and it's really putting us in a crisis because we have to balance patient care needs. This bill does not intend to control costs. I do not believe that this bill will reduce costs. What this bill will do is to put some measures in place to establish some operating standards initially for healthcare agencies that are working in New Hampshire. There are so many facets here that we have to work on as a state to be able to address the workforce crisis. This bill is just one step of many to be able to help us move along that way. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. So you contradict the sponsor to saying that it's not now intended to reduce costs, just establish how these agencies will operate in the state?
I don't intend to contradict the sponsor, but I do not believe that it will really have any measure to control costs. the initial bill as presented really was a measure to help us to identify costs with the objective to be able to help control costs. And we have agreed to be able to change some provisions in that because there was a lot of objection to that. And at this point, we think that it's just more appropriate for us and necessary for us to establish some standards of practice for the agencies that are operating in New Hampshire.
All right, thank you. If you could explain to me how the non-recruitment clause is enforceable?
That if it, so in all of our contracts, then, and as a healthcare agency provider, that they would, in order to be registered in the state, they would be prohibited from that, which would require them to obligate their employees to do the same. If an employee of an agency is recruiting at a facility, then that would end their service within the organization and jeopardize their employment, I'm assuming, within the agency in order for them to maintain registration.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm the chair of the Stratford County Nursing Home, and I'm wondering, not the nursing home, the Stratford County delegation, but I'm concerned about our nursing home, and I'm wondering, are you all conferring with one another, the administrators, to try to deal with this situation aside from legislation?
Very much so, very much so. And we are all in support of this legislation. I am here on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Counties. I'm speaking in support of the nursing home affiliates, so which does comprise of all of the nursing homes within the county's delegation.
Okay, thank you. Representative Groda?
Do you find that in this competing workforce situation that you're competing with other nursing home facilities or hospitals or anyone or any healthcare facility?
In this workforce, yes. The short answer is yes, but I'm also competing with every other industry that exists. We are losing a cook right now to another entity to go work for Amazon. Every entity we are in competition with.
Follow up?
I can understand that. So let's just talk about the traveling nurse.
Yeah.
So if the traveling nurse chooses, let's go back to the example, Nurse Jane, it has a job, has the possibility, is booked to work at the Hillsborough Nursing Facility, but then you lose that person to another healthcare facility. What is that healthcare facility typically? Is it a private healthcare facility? Is it another county facility? Can you?
I would not know.
Oh, okay. You would not know. Of course
I
not.
would not know which
Okay.
facility that they are booked at. We work with two types of agency personnel. There are individuals that we consider to be travel nurses that are booked for an 8 or 13 week schedule with us, say 40 hours a week. And then there are per diem staff that we contract with that are for as needed shifts. So we could book somebody for a shift for tomorrow evening, 3 to 11, and then get a call that they're going to be canceling that shift. And we find out from the individual that they're being transferred to another facility that's paying them more. So in some cases, other facilities, depending on the system that they have to book their shifts in, they will get a notice that there's now an upcharge for them to keep that shift. In which case, if they want to be able to keep the shift, they've got to pay more to be able to keep that, or they have to release the shift and another facility will take it.
Yes, Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In the instance that you mentioned where you have booked someone to come and then they renege on that and go elsewhere, is the alternative that you then have would be to likely force one of your current employees to work overtime, which would in fact increase costs?
Those are our only recourses, is because we have to maintain safety. And we are already doing that in advance of booking agency. For my facility, we have over 90 positions that are open in our nursing department. we are currently contracted with 28 individuals from an agency, 7 nurses and 21 LNAs. That only keeps us safe while we're keeping 50 beds open. Our costs this year, last year we spent $300,000 on agency in a year. Now we're spending that in a month, and we are projected to be close to $3 million in agency costs this year. Practices such as upcharging because there may be a COVID case in the facility, upcharging because they can enter into a bidding war, those are practices that should not be permitted, because ultimately all of these costs end up coming back through the tax base to county taxpayers. The county is responsible for the non-federal share of Medicaid costs. So as these costs elevate, it is completely reasonable to anticipate that the burden to the taxpayers is going to grow.
Yes, indeed. Any other questions, Representative Gerhardt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to step out, so if I missed this answer, then forgive me. But these contracts seem like they're terribly written. There's nothing you can write into the contract to keep these instances of price gouging from occurring? I mean, there's nothing to say if you said you're going to be here at this time, you have to be here at this time, or you're going to be penalized X?
Correct. There's 2 types of individuals. I'm not sure if you were here for that part of the
I heard it,
conversation.
yeah.
You did hear that. So it depends on the type of person that we're scheduling. If we have someone who's committed to a 40-hour-a-week schedule, they're a travel nurse that are working, again, 8 or 13 weeks, we don't see that with them, where all of a sudden they're booked Monday through Friday, and then on Thursday they're being canceled to upcharge to another facility. That wouldn't happen in those contracts. When you're with a per diem contract, for a day-to-day schedule, that's when you would see that happen, when you're going in to book somebody and suddenly that shift is being canceled. Yeah. Our alternative is to not use them, and in which case we have to further reduce our occupancy because we can't care for patients that we have in the building. So we are really at the end of the road as far as how much further can we reduce occupancy and be at the mercy of practices. So this bill really attempts to deal with some of those poor practices from the agencies and hold them to a very basic standard of performance without addressing cost controls on their part.
All right, thank you.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. This is actually a question I just thought of, and I'm not sure if you can answer it, but if you can. So this would be registration for any nursing agency, whether they contract with government customers or if they exclusively contract with a private. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Representative True?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think all the county nursing homes have problems funding, with the nursing agencies. What I don't understand, why do those nursing agencies exist? I mean, is it that the nurses or LNAs that they're sending only want to work for a few weeks? I mean, why aren't they going to your facility full-time?
There's a variety of reasons for that. Someone working for an agency gets to dictate their own schedule. They can determine that they want to work, say, just Monday through Friday, or they only want to work Tuesday and Thursday. When we have structures that support, continuity of care. We do have per diem employees that can work for us with flexibility. So we've adapted and we've created some of that flexibility. But what they are not limited to is how much that they can charge. We are based on our reimbursement structure. So the agencies have the ability to offer higher pay and then come to us and say it's going to cost you $150 an hour for this nurse to come to your facility. Whereas myself, I might be able to pay a nurse $30 an hour. I don't have a choice. If I have no nurse and I have no one else who can work another shift of overtime because I've already worked 16 hours in a day, then my option to continue to provide care to those patients is to book an agency person. I have nurses that work for us full time that also work for agencies on the side, and they say, I won't pick up a shift unless I'm getting at least $50 an hour. And the bidding will start, they'll get calls from their agency saying, we got a shift, they'll give you $30 an hour. And they say, I told you not to call me until it's 50. And so that's how it works. So that's why people go, is because it's available, and because they can earn money. And I can't blame someone for wanting to earn more money, but we are limited in a system that is paid for by taxpayers, right? As to how much money we can afford to pay in the system. This can't go unfettered. What we're seeing with this now is that all facilities are decreasing occupancy because there's not enough personnel to do this care on a continual basis. The average occupancy in New Hampshire in nursing facilities is now 79%, and it used to be in the 90s. We're seeing the backlog in all of the hospitals where they can't discharge patients, and the system is crumbling in upon itself. While we allow these agencies to continue to pay more money unchecked, then we will continue to see more and more employees that are gainfully employed full-time leave that to know that they can go and work for these temporary agencies on the side, and the system will completely collapse. This bill doesn't stop that, and I want to be clear about that. We wouldn't be able to make that happen this session. What this bill does is start to take a look at some of the very basic practices of those agencies to make sure that we start to move in the right direction. You're welcome.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you. I mean, I'm certainly aware of the financial problem, and I mean, I'm in the Hillsborough County delegation, and I pay Hillsborough County property taxes, so I have an interest in this. But and so I'd like a solution that actually works. And on the one hand, you say you can't pay more than some amount because of the reimbursement model. On the other hand, you're already paying more because you're having to contract with these agencies. And I'm wondering if there's something in the middle where, I mean, those agencies are taking a cut. So unless you believe that I'm just wondering if, I'm getting to a question here, but unless you believe that the supply of staff is going to increase enough that this problem is going to go away and you're going to be able to hire enough people at the rate you want to, then I don't see this bill doing anything of any significance to solve the problem. And I'm wondering if instead, at least for a while, if you offered, and you're doing some of this, but offer more money and more flexibility to the employees to attract more employees rather than hiring an agency and them taking a significant cut. Have you considered that, or what are your thoughts on that?
We are doing that. So with our per diem staff, we do offer a higher rate of pay, more flexibility, less commitment, less eligibility for any benefits. So we're trying to do those things, but we can't compete with the rates that the agencies provide. I would only say that there's no one simple answer to this, but it's going to take a lot of small steps to be able to help get to the right answer. This bill is one of those steps.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm married to a nurse. She uses the term traveling nurses. That's what we're talking about, right? Would you say that the crux of the problem is the nursing shortage?
Yes.
Follow up.
Could you give us a brief description of why we have a nursing shortage?
Versus Fitzpatrick, I think that's a tad beyond the scope of this particular bill.
I understand, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You referred earlier to this law of supply and demand, or it seems like there's an attempt to sort of cap wages And wouldn't that cause shortages of nurses?
This is not an attempt to cap wages.
Yeah.
I want to be clear about that. Some states have capped wages for outside agency personnel, and there still have many of them all the time. So, so I guess if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Can you tell me what happens to morale on the staff when you have someone that's making $28 an hour and you have to go out and hire someone to come in to do the same job and they're getting paid $60 an hour?
I think you know the answer to that, right? Is morale deteriorates immensely, and that also addresses the issue of recruitment. When that agency person is out telling everyone how much they make, that's a big incentive. It is extremely demoralizing and very frustrating for our staff to be working 16 hours a day aside someone who's coming in with really no accountability and making so much more. It's very frustrating, but this bill doesn't address that.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Brendan Williams? Oh, you have to turn it on.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Brendan Williams, I'm the president of the New Hampshire Healthcare Association. We represent long-term care facilities, including most of the state's nursing homes, many assisted living facilities, continuing care retirement communities, and also the Cedar Crest Center for Children with Disabilities. All of these settings are in support of Senate Bill 149. This is really a transparency and best practices bill. I've heard some discussion here, obviously, as to whether or not it could save costs. There are other states that have gone further. Just last year, for example, Republican legislatures in Iowa and Missouri required that agencies disclose all of their costs to the state, what they are charging facilities and what they are in turn paying their workers. This is not that bill. We are not proposing that occur. There were a number of other states that passed registration acts pertaining to staffing agencies last year. This does not place us outside of the norm. I think that any idea that this is somehow going to discourage agency use here in New Hampshire, you need not be concerned about that. Agencies are not going to stop doing business here, just as they have not stopped doing business in the neighboring state of Massachusetts, which actually has a cap on what those agencies can charge. Agencies are beaten down the door to do business in the state of Massachusetts. So, but it does provide for some transparency. We at least would understand how many of these agencies are doing business here in the state of New Hampshire through registration. And registration is not an onerous thing. This is a bill that has been agreed to with the American Staffing Association. I've talked to a local staffing agency owner who is in support of this legislation, thinks it's reasonable, thinks that the practices that this bill would expressly forbid are practices that no reputable agency would engage in. But we are amidst a terrible staffing crisis. We have seen nationally a reduction in the nursing home workforce of over 300,000 workers since the pandemic began. And that is really hitting here at home, and into the void have come staffing agencies. And there was a letter that roughly 200 members of the U.S. House submitted to the Biden administration asking for an FTC investigation into price gouging by staffing agencies. That letter was bipartisan. It was signed by Freedom Caucus members, including Doctors Gosar and Dr. Ronnie Jackson, Elise Stefanik, the number 4 House Republicans, signed on to that letter. And, unfortunately, there's been no action that's occurred at the federal level. And as a consequence, we have seen a number of these registration or licensure bills in the states. And this bill is very much consistent with that. From a fiduciary perspective, obviously, all of you are members of your county delegations, and county nursing homes are contracting with staffing agencies. And we should want a little bit of transparency associated with those arrangements. We should want registration of those staffing agencies. The state itself entered into a $7.6 million contract with a California staffing agency to staff the veterans home. They got a relative bargain rate for licensed nursing assistants, paying no more than $37.44 an hour for the services of an LNA. I have a 22-member nonprofit Catholic-owned nursing home in Manchester. Only serves nuns, and they pay as much as $43 an hour for the services of an LNA, and they're writing those checks to a Dallas, Texas address. I heard it asked why one couldn't simply rely upon a breach of contract in instances where there is double booking of a person. And as an attorney, I should want to see a lot of litigation, but the consequence, short of registration, short of some regulatory regime, would be that you would have to litigate all those cases. You'd have to file a small claim, pay a $90 filing fee, serve it upon the other party, 30-day notice, serve it out of state for the most part, because these agencies are based out of state. I'm reasonably sure that the St. Joseph residents in Manchester serving nuns does not have the wherewithal to serve parties out of state in Dallas, Texas. The Tennessee Comptroller, at the behest of that state's Republican legislature and governor, did a study on the explosion of staffing agency costs in nursing homes, and found that they'd gone from $9.1 million in cost in 2019 to projected over $100 million in 2022. In Sullivan County, we have seen the cost of nursing home agency use go from 71 cents per patient day in 2019 to over $14 per patient day in 2021. That's a 2,000% increase. So again, we wanted to reach further with this legislation, but as we know, the enemy of the good is the perfect. Legislative process is one of compromise. We have compromised with the American Staffing Association. This is an agreed-to bill. It's passed the Senate, and we encourage your support. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Broda.
So I'm thinking that what this legislation does, another word you're saying, people have said transparency, what it does is it establishes a baseline, right? A baseline of what's happening in New Hampshire, because we really don't have a way of doing that other than this.
It does. And, I've heard some very good questions. For example, somebody said, boy, these are really bad contracts, right? Well, these are contracts of adhesion, effectively. I mean, there's an imbalance of power here. You're a provider, you need the services of an agency. You're not going to be able to negotiate that boilerplate contract. I've got to fill a Friday night shift in order to be able to serve my residents, or I'm going to get cited by the state applying federal survey standards. What am I going to do? I'm going to take whatever contract I get, and those are the circumstances that facilities find themselves in. There was also a question about, the enforceability of the non-recruitment on the premises. I've never gone into a market basket and seen an application table for work at Shaw's. The First Amendment does not confer the right to do business on another business's premises. And so I think this is entirely consistent with what other states have done.
Okay. Thank you for that point. Other questions? Seeing none, we'll Gary Cahoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Gary Cahoon. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Association of Residential Care Homes, which is the statewide organization for residential care and assisted living homes. I shouldn't say the, as Brendan said, he also represents some assisted living homes, but we represent more. What I have handed out is a letter written by Sarah Nadeau, who is the owner administrator of Carriage Hill in Madbury. And I hand this out because I think it gives some insight on the perspective of the plight of the smaller organization or the smaller home in this crisis, which is only exacerbated by the staffing agencies. Sarah had hoped to be here today herself to address you, but she's unable to come, so she asked me to come in her stead. If you look at the letter, you'll see that many of the things that are in the bill that are addressed as abuses in the bill have happened to her and to her residents at Carriage Hill. She is paid $20 to $40 an hour surcharge for COVID outbreaks. Recently, within the last 3 weeks, she has been charged a $4 per hour service charge for late booking or last minute booking, which is defined as any booking less than 12 hours before the shift. Neither of these surcharges are in her contract. As Brendan pointed out, these are adherence contracts. These aren't negotiated contracts. The contract is presented to you and you sign it or not. If you don't sign it, you don't get the services. If you do sign it, you're pretty much bound by it. When they break even their adherence contract, your only recourse really is to sue them. And as Sarah will point out in her letter, she has neither the time nor the money attempting to run her 24-bed facility to take on any of the staffing agencies. So she has also lost 2 employees in the last year to recruitment from staffing agencies. And she has had to bid on several occasions at the last minute for staff, because the way that works is that she's contacted by the agency and said, okay, we've committed an aide to you for the 11 to 7 shift tonight. However, there's another party who's interested. What can you offer as a bonus? The bonus, as she understands it, in most instances does not go to the agency. It goes to the staff member who is sent. Okay. And the agency uses that incentive to retain and recruit staff. So it's another advantage they have over the home that would normally employ them. Sarah points out that in the last year, she spent $60,000 over what she would normally have spent for staff by using agencies. In other words, that's not $60,000 with agencies. She's actually spent, I guess, $80,000 or $90,000 with agencies, but that's $60,000 more than she would normally have spent if she were using her own employees. Sarah's home is relatively small. Over the last few days, I've talked to a number of our members who have used staffing agencies. I talked to a home in Nashua that has budgeted $1 million for staffing agencies this year. On average, they are hiring agency staff for 200 to 300 hours per week. Again, before the pandemic, they occasionally used staffing agencies, but only very occasionally and in nothing like this. One of the, when I spoke to that particular administrator, one of her complaints is that she has had applicants come in to apply to work at her facility. After doing a criminal record check, she found that they were employable. Okay, they had a long criminal record with felonies by state rule, HEP 804 and HEP 805. She cannot hire someone with a felony. nor can she hire someone who appears on the BEAS registry, which is a registry of people who have founded complaints against them of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. All right, so these people have come to her, she has turned them away, and 2 weeks later, they come to her as a representative of the agency. Okay. The bill in its current form on page, oops, excuse me, on the second page, excuse me. It is line 15 and 16. Says nurse agencies may not facilitate the placement of any licensed professional with a license that is suspended. I would like to suggest that we make an addition to that line. I've talked to, about this with the sponsor of the bill and a couple of the other stakeholders. The issue here is that residential care homes employ a fair amount of staff that is not licensed. They're called PCAs or caregivers. They're called many different things. But under the licensing rules, they are not required necessarily to have licensing staffs, depending on what their function is. So many of the basic caregivers are not licensed. I would suggest that we might add to this something along the lines of, and let me see if I can read my own writing, nor will they facilitate the placement of an individual who is not employable under the DHHS administrative rules for the setting in which they will work. Okay. In other words, if they are on the BEAS registry or they have committed a felony, they cannot be sent as well. I've spent, as I said, the last few days talking to people. My general experience has been that once I called someone, I was on the phone for an hour. A lot of people have a lot of venting to do over these issues. And again, I don't know if it's going to lower costs. It will, in some instances, if it can eliminate the bidding for this, for an individual for the same shift, have some moderation on costs, I would think. And I don't see how it's necessarily going to raise costs, because nothing in this is particularly onerous for the agencies. So again, as a representative of the New Hampshire Association of Residential Care Homes, I urge you to pass this bill.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, just with managing all the paper, I was distracted at the moment when you said your name.
I'm Gary Cahoon. My name is Gary Cahoon. I'm
Oh, yeah,
representing
yes.
New Hampshire Arch.
Well, I knew I recognized you, but
Okay.
that, at
For-
my age, I'm lucky if I find it my way here in the mornings.
All right.
Okay. For 37 years, I owned and operated Friendship Manor in New Ipswich. We closed last May due to short staffing. We couldn't staff. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cahoon. Other, Jeffrey LaCroix.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members. My name is Jeffrey LaCroix, and I am here today to testify in support of SB 149 relative to nurse agencies. In a free market system, the consumer selects their vendor based on a variety of options, including price, demand, and availability. Prior to COVID, although high, rates for contract staff were more reasonable. However, the rates for the same contracts doubled and at times tripled because of hazard pay. Typically, agency staff are individuals from another state looking to make a higher wage than they would receive as a permanent staff member. This is money leaving and not benefiting New Hampshire residents. We are obligated to protect the residents' safety and well-being, and to do so, we have to ensure we know exactly who these caregivers are and if they have markings on their license. Sometimes a challenge with out-of-state workers. These agencies identified and leveraged an opportunity to financially benefit on the backs of nursing homes during the federal state of emergency, each increasing their hourly rate and introduction to hazardous pay, all of which the agencies justified due to demand, the potential for staff to acquire COVID, and housing difficulties. Initially, we continued with our old rates, but found ourselves without agency staff because the agency staff became and continue to become entitled to these inflated rates. We experienced multiple situations in which we placed an agency staff member on the schedule for a 13-week contract, only to be told a few days before the start that there was a cancellation because they were given another hire at a higher rate, creating a bidding war, which is what you've been hearing. Within the first 11 months of the fiscal year, my building has spent the following on agency staffing: $1,380,351 on LNAs, $996,968 on LPNs, and $149,170 on RNs, for a total of over $2.5 million. We have become subject to the normalization of these inflated rates and at times duplicitous acts, none of which are acceptable in a free market system. With a census of over 60% Medicaid and now delays in the Medicaid approval process, we have significant interruption of payment and cash flow concerns, and we find ourselves struggling to offer the programming our residents rightfully deserve. The staffing agencies have collectively cornered the market, resulting in a financially unsustainable solution to our staffing crisis. This is not an acceptable practice in a free market system, particularly since reimbursement is provided from the taxpayers through Medicare and Medicaid. I thank you for your time and deliberation on these important matters and affecting our healthcare system, and stand ready to answer any questions that you may have.
I don't see any at the moment. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 149? Director Courtney. Save yourself some bother and put the card in immediately.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. OPLC does not take a position on this bill, but I would suggest if this bill does move forward, that 326B is not the appropriate placement for this bill. 326B is the Board of Nursing Practice Act, and the bill as amended appears to grant authority to the office and not to the Board of Nursing. And so we think greater clarity is needed in that perhaps it needs to be placed elsewhere or in its own statutory provision. Happy to answer any questions.
I think we've worn out our questions, but Representative Lekis.
I think one brief one. So it appears from what we heard that there are nurses being placed by the staffing agency in New Hampshire who aren't licensable, I guess. And what's the legal status of that? I mean, how is it they're able to practice here at all? And what would OPLC do if they were informed that there was somebody acting as a nurse here who, was on that list or convicted of felonies or whatever? I mean, how are they here? Through the nursing compact? Something else?
I'm not sure, Representative. I think that those prohibitions may fall under the DHHS rules and not the licensure rules, because we certainly would check for qualifications at licensure renewal, but there are unlicensed personnel that work in facilities. If the registration were to move forward, like any sort of registration, licensure, certification requirement, if there was a violation, that would be considered discipline, and you could take a number of actions to include reprimand, fine, up to revocation of the ability to practice.
Follow up?
Yep. But just as the law stands today, I understand they have staff that aren't nurses and aren't, we don't license, but if it is somebody who's licensed by New Hampshire, a nurse, an LNA or whatever, what could or would OPLC do if, let's say, the facility notified them that the agency had placed somebody like that here?
I think that would probably be a violation of the registration requirements that are set forth in this, and we would treat it in that manner.
Quick follow-up. I meant, even if right now, today, without this bill at all.
Oh.
As it stands now.
Well, see, licensure and health facilities have different criteria when it comes to, for example, criminal convictions. we don't have a general prohibition on felony convictions, with the exception of RN in the Nurse Compact Licensure Act. So it could be that, so as I understood it, I heard that health facilities, which is DHHS, has a general prohibition on felony convictions. From a licensure standpoint, we don't. Under 332G, we have to engage in analysis as to whether or not somebody is more likely to offend with the license than without it. So it could be that you have a license, but you aren't authorized to work in a DHHS facility.
And briefly, you follow.
follow.
And that, you know, the registration prohibits people who being placed who have license or suspended, but even without this, I mean, if OPLC was notified of it, wouldn't that be a problem for somebody who New Hampshire would require licensing if they have a suspended license?
Oh, certainly, yes. If they're practicing without a license, yes, we would take action.
Right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
well, Yes, and it appears we aren't familiar with the HHS requirements, but they are rigorous. All right, I believe this will be going to Representative Lekis's subcommittee. Yes, sir? I haven't closed the hearing yet. I'm just assigning it to the subcommittee. Yes, Mr. Berkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for indulging me at this hour. My name is Bruce Berkey. I'm with Sheehan Finney Capital Group here in town, and we represent Interim Healthcare, which is a Manchester-based healthcare staffing organization and business, as well as the American Staffing Association. You heard both of those entities referenced during earlier testimony, and I was not intending to testify today. In fact, I didn't even bring my orange badge. I wasn't intending to testify, so I apologize. But we do support this current language that's before you today. We did not support the bill as introduced over in the Senate because it was very invasive of private business practices. A registration process that is in Senate Bill 149 now is appropriate. Some of the business practices that are discussed on page 2 are appropriate. But going beyond that, as some of the previous speakers suggested, with, you know, this being a first step or this being, you know, the right direction, I think going beyond what you have before you today is invading, having state government take steps into private business activities that are not appropriate. That's why we opposed the original bill on the Senate side, and that's why we're okay with it as it is before you today. I'd be happy to try and address any questions.
Thank you. Don't see any immediate questions, but I'm sure the subcommittee would be delighted to talk with you.
I will be there.
Very good. All right. Is there,
As long as it's not next Thursday or Friday.
next Thursday, we're kind of busy.
Oh, yes, you are. That's right.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 149? Not seeing anyone. I'm going to close the public hearing. This is going to subcommittee, and we are back at 1:30. right, Representative Blackus, since you're there, oh, no, sorry, never mind. Senator Whitley will introduce Senate Bill 126.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Becky Whitley. I'm honored to serve Senate District 15, which includes the wonderful communities of Bow, Concord, Pennacook, and Hopkinton. So today I'm proud to introduce Senate Bill 126, and this bill will allow broader access to treatment for residents at the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. So I think this committee is well aware that access to treatment, in particular access to mental health treatment, is limited for all Granite Staters. But compounded with additional challenges in a correctional setting, the crisis is even more acute. So I introduced this bill at the request of the Department of Corrections, and I really do commend them for their commitment to ensuring that their residents get adequate treatment and in a timely way. I am happy to take any questions, but the Department of Corrections is here to answer any more specific questions. I think they also see it as a safety issue. We do know that anytime that there is a transport, that's a safety issue. And I think access to telehealth would allow less of those transfers for certain residents. This bill enjoyed broad support in the Senate, unanimous out of committee. I think it may have been even on the consent calendar. There was a minor amendment in the Senate just to ensure that whoever is providing mental health treatment, not only certified, licensed, but also is in good standing in their state. So with that, I ask for the committee's support of Senate Bill 126, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions? Excellent job. No questions.
Oh, you
Thank you
easy
very
on
much.
me today. Thank you. I'm going to go back to my session.
All right. Commissioner Hanks?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Helen Hanks. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. I appreciate Senator Whitley and the other sponsors of this bill supporting it to this path forward. Our goal is what would appear simple for corrections. We know and are proud of our obligation and requirement to provide constitutionally appropriate access to healthcare services. And we see this as an opportunity both as a safety net, but as a responsibility to acknowledge that there are specialties across the country in addition to general needs in psychiatry primarily, but it's not exclusive to those areas of service, where we have in the past had to appropriately pay a national expert to fly to the state of New Hampshire, engage in on-site treatment services, and time and technology has progressed. We really want to make sure that we can be nimble when those unique instances surface, but also be responsive on a regular basis because we know nationally and within our own state, recruiting psychiatric providers and other healthcare providers to work specifically in a correction setting is a challenge when we're having a struggle to do those in community settings. So we really want to be able to maximize both our existing contract. We will always have a contracted healthcare service partner, and they have other licensed professionals across the country providing correctional service. I think it is unrealistic to expect a national partner to get all of their licensed providers licensed in all of the states in which they're contracted. And this is not intended to be a full-time resource. It's really a gap when we don't have the staffing and or we need a national expert. I've provided testimony. I know you will read through it and look at those resources. I will not read it to you. But those are the primary issues we're looking to solve in this piece of legislation. And with that, I certainly avail myself to any questions of the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned this only addresses physicians and physicians' assistants. What about other mental health counselors?
Right.
It wouldn't include psychologists or social workers or LADEX or whomever.
No, we were looking specifically at the psychiatric provider, licensed physicians in that realm. We certainly could consider psychiatric nurse practitioners, but our hardest gap to fill had been psychiatrists or, again, national experts that are usually psychiatrists. But
Okay.
we would not be offended by increasing the opportunity to other psychiatric providers.
So the All right, fine, as long as you're aware, that's
I
my
appreciate
question. Other questions? Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are with the services that you need to be filled, are these mandated, or this is inmates coming to you for voluntary psychiatric services, or is this part of their sentence?
That's a great question, Representative. Treatment services are not forced. So these are services that we've assessed individuals for treatment needs, and then we provide the providers to help them with their treatment needs.
Okay, follow up?
So there's no penalty for not participating.
No, sir, that would be unconstitutional.
Thank you.
We would not approve of that. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, and thank you for your service to the state, everyone.
David Kuzi?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Cuzzy with the Prospect Hill Strategies here in town before you today on behalf of the New Hampshire Society of Physician Assistants. I did submit a letter online, but I'm happy to resubmit if that didn't get through to you. The PAs don't have any position on the bill, but, and I think you'll sense a common theme. Usually I'm before, if it's this committee or HHS, because the PAs have been either inadvertently excluded from a bill or and as in the case here, the profession has been either incorrectly spelled or referenced. And so along those lines, of course, you all know that PAs are physician assistants. They're not assistants to physicians. And so I'm hoping that an amendment could be brought forth to just simply correct a few misspellings, and I'm happy to point them out if that's okay. And I did note them in the letter that we sent over. First of all, just on the I guess the cover of the bill, if you will, the description of the act relative to you'll notice where it says relative to licensure of physician and physician's assistants, that S at the end of physician should be deleted. It should just say physician assistants. In the analysis on that same page, the same mistake is made, licensure of physicians and physician's assistants, and it should say physician assistant, physician assistants, plural. Also, again, in the bill itself, the description of the act at the very top, the same mistake. There's an S at the end of physician and physician assistants. And then in the bill on line 12, you'll see there's a S apostrophe for physicians where it should be physician assistants. Bless you, Madam Chair. I'd note, though, that the appropriate reference is made on lines 8 and 10 of the bill, where it has physician and physician assistant or physician assistants. So that is the correct way. I'd also note point out in the fiscal note where it just has the description of the bill. It has that same mistake where it has the S at the end of physicians.
Sir, I'm sure that the title and the description were simply cut and paste.
Right. No, I'm just referencing it. So that's all I had. I hope that if that can be corrected, we'd be happy. And that is all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 126? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, is the corrections that the previous speaker mentioned, could that be done as an enrolled amendment if we note it to OLS?
It certainly could be, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Representative Grota has a motion.
I make a motion for auto pass on House Bill 126 FN.
I'll second it.
All right, Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Seems to be a common sense bill, and I think it will help those in the New Hampshire Department of Corrections.
All right, Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I second that. I mean, I would pretty much support this for everybody, but doing it in the prison makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else have a comment, question, discussion? Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and well, we've got people missing, I'll show everyone how stupid and ignorant I am. I wasn't gonna ask it to one of our people testifying. What physician assistant would you need to contact outside of the state of New Hampshire?
Perhaps there is a specialized psychiatric physician assistant who is dealing with the problems of domestic violence or sexual predation, which are some of the reasons that people might need psychiatric help. It'd be a specialist.
Yeah. Yeah.
And?
But as you point out, a psychiatrist isn't a physician.
A psychiatrist is a physician. A psychologist is not a physician, but a psychiatrist is.
Is a doctor, okay, yeah,
Okay?
thank you.
Okay, a couple more back. Anyone else have comment, question? Okay, the motion is ought to pass on Senate Bill 126 by Representative Grota, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes, Representative Santo Anastasio,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Gerhard,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes, Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt. Okay.
Not when the question was put. You were here when the question was put. Yes, you were. Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
14 yea, 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes 14-0. Is there any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put this on consent and make a note to the Enrolled Bills Committee on the spelling. Okay. And we now have half an hour, so we can all go get dessert.
Thank you, everybody. It's 2:15. I would like to open the public hearing on SB 44 and welcome Senator Carson or Grant Boss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am not Senator Carson. I am Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, pinch hitting for Senator Carson, the lead sponsor of Senate Bill 44. As you know, today is our crossover day in the Senate, and the senator is currently, I believe, in a floor debate on your constitutional amendment on the age of judges. So she could ask me to fill in for her today. Last year, 355 Granite Staters died due to drug overdose. One of the many challenges in combating this wave of addiction is the chronic workforce shortage of drug and alcohol use professionals. SB 44 would expand the licensing requirements for master licensed alcohol and drug counselors under RSA 330 to include mental health and mental health disorders. It would also expand the pool of bachelor level students who qualify for licensure by allowing criminal justice majors to more easily pursue a career in treatment, removing the subjective process currently in place through the Licensed Alcohol and Drug Counselor Board. The struggles of mental health disorders and substance use disorder often overlap. SB 44 would enable master's level substance abuse counselors to continue to treat patients should the primary diagnosis change from mental health or substance use or back. Senator Carson thanks you for your consideration and asks for your support of Senate Bill 44. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good.
Yes, Representative
Yeah,
Lickens.
I understand that Chair McGuire plans on sending this to subcommittee, which I'll be chairing, and so I'm hoping you, or the senator, or you, or somebody would be able to work with us whenever that gets scheduled.
I'll pass that message along.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Berry.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, we're a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been working for more than 25 years to address issues related to alcohol and substance use and mental health issues in our state. I don't want to repeat too much of what Mr. Bossy said here this afternoon, but I do want to emphasize New Futures' strong support for this bill. I know I don't need to tell any of you that for years, workforce shortages have been one of the biggest barriers to overcoming our state's addiction crisis. Throughout our substance use system, the lack of counselors and other professionals make it impossible for many individuals and families to access the treatment they need. SB 44 alone won't solve all of our workforce issues, but it will take several important steps to bring more people into the workforce and help get treatment to more people in need. First, as you heard Mr. Bossy say, this will allow master's licensed and alcohol drug counselors to treat mental health cases as well as substance use and co-occurring disorders. There's a great deal of overlap, as you'll hear this afternoon, in education and training between the substance use and mental health treatment fields. And master's levels mental health counselors are currently allowed to treat substance use cases, so we're just trying to even the playing field to some extent. This would align the scopes of practice and allow master's level substance use counselors to treat more people in need, to continue to treat established patients, even as their primary diagnosis changes between substance use and mental health, as it often does. Secondly, SB 44 would bring us one step closer to reciprocity for our recovery workforce by aligning New Hampshire's continuing education requirements for certified recovery support workers with those set by the international credentialing organizations that sets these national standards. By allowing these requirements, this would set the table for the LADAC board to pursue reciprocity for CRSWs should it so choose. So that's a basic overview of what this bill does. As you can see from the sign-in list, we have a broad coalition of supporters across the substance use, mental health, and healthcare spectrum, including the National Association of Social Workers, NAMI New Hampshire, the Medical Society, the Hospital Association, Bi-State Primary Care Association, and others. Simply put, we believe this will create greater flexibility and efficiency in licensing and to help get treatment to more people in need. It sounds like this will be going to a subcommittee. I do have draft language for a very, very minor amendment. There are three pieces of the amendment, and I'm happy to share this with you all. Two of them are just wording changes to clarify definitions. One of them would remove the criminal justice degree provision that was included in there. We've heard over recent weeks some questions about whether the criminal justice curriculum aligns fully with substance use training. And so while we thought that maybe taking that out for now and working through that might be a good way to go. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but I know that my colleagues in back of me can speak in more detail to any of this than I can, but I'm happy to take questions.
Yes, Representative Gurney.
Thank you. Mr. Berry, this the amendment that you're speaking about? Is it the one that you sent to me?
It is, yes,
Okay,
Representative.
I have distributed it
You
throughout
have.
the committee.
Wonderful. Thank you, Representative, very much.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
Yeah, just one thing. So the changes in the licensing requirement to align it with the wider standards, I'd have to go back on the bill, but just briefly, do they increase the amount of training required, reduce it? What kind of changes?
For the 16, we're talking about for the continuing education hours required for CRSW recertification. It increases it, if I'm recalling this right, from 16 to 24. My understanding is that many of these professionals are already engaging in 24 hours. This shouldn't create any more of a hurdle for them, but by aligning it with the national requirement, again, it would make us more eligible for reciprocity.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Yeah, that's in part 10. I see that, but in part 9, section 9, it's talking about the initial licensing. And so what's the substance and the key points of the changes there?
I apologize.
three.
Page 3, it's line 9.
Line 9, yeah.
If you don't mind, we have some folks from the treatment community in back of us who might be able to speak more directly, more
Okay. All right,
informed
thank you.
than I can. If you don't mind.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
I apologize ahead of time. Diane Casnucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee. My name is Diane Castrucci. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Alcohol and Drug Abuse Counselors Association, where I've been for the past 19 years. I'm also a master licensed alcohol and drug counselor. I'd like to try to answer Representative Lekis his question first, and that, tell me if I'm interpreting this correctly, does this change the number of education hours required for someone to get an MLADAC?
Hours or any other requirements. I mean, my concern, if you can address it, is that, there's already a shortage of people doing it. And if there was a substantial increase in the requirement, then, it might make that problem worse. But
You may like this answer then. It does not increase the requirements. What it does is it acknowledges the education that they already have and expands the scope of practice so that when they start seeing a client that has co-occurring disorders, historically what happens now is when substance use is no longer when substance use becomes stable and they're primarily treating a mental health disorder other than substance use by itself, the MLADAC has to transfer someone to a different clinician. And so, for example, there are some mental health conditions that are chronic long-term conditions. The one that's easiest for me to say is schizophrenia, but you can go, depression, anxiety, all of these different things. They can be complicated with substance use. But once you take care of that complication, the law currently says that MLADACs can no longer treat those other disorders when they're by themselves. So this change acknowledges that the MLADAC does know how to treat mental health disorders. They have been treating mental health disorders because they're treating those that are complicated by addiction. And it doesn't mean they know any less about those mental health disorders when addiction's no longer present.
okay, follow up. Okay. So the training the MLADACs have had covers a broad range of mental health disorders, not just the ones related to drug alcohol use.
Absolutely. They have oftentimes the exact same college education, 60 credit master's degrees, The language for the education that they need is mirrored by what is also needed within the other master's level clinicians. When we were first proposing this bill in the House, the Community Behavioral Health Association had issue with a piece of it, and that was that it included human service degrees. And in looking at that language, the history of that was examined, and human service was included because of a degree that existed at a time. I think it was 2010 or 2008 when the bill was first created, and that program no longer exists. So removing human service as a required degree for the MLADAC maintains that the education is equivalent to what the different mental health counselors receive.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to give other testimony as well? Yes. Another question?
And you're right. Let's say that you have a patient that has an underlying mental health condition that's complicated by drug abuse. And you work with that person, you develop a relationship with that person, and you're able to work through with them their drug abuse issue, which may or may not be gone forever. And then if once that person is free of that abuse, then you are required to send them somewhere else where they have to reestablish another relationship. And okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, the biggest problem is that people who need counseling services get lost because establishing a relationship with a counselor is a very personal and private thing. And once you find someone that you're working with and it works well and you're able to like adequately stabilize the addiction, it's really a shame to have to say, okay, now you have to go work with someone else for the other parts of the mental health condition.
Representative Lakis?
Thank you. I mean, that makes complete sense. My question is, if they have similar training, why is there a separate MLADAC or the other mental health professionals? Do they have some extra specific training related to drug and alcohol abuse? Is that the main difference?
There is additional training, and one of the other people scheduled to speak has been the primary substance use advocate for all of the building of this profession. And so she will probably add to that. Thank you, Jackie. But when the credentials were created, substance use people could only treat substance use people. They couldn't treat people with other mental health disorders at all. And it was back then it was considered substance abuse. It wasn't considered a substance use disorder. Like, language has improved since back then. When the MLADAC was created, because the rule had always been that an MLADAC couldn't treat a mental health disorder other than substance use, a compromise was made that they would only treat within co-occurring. And that was an acceptable compromise. Now, the education, the testing, all of that has become co-occurring. And so the person who was trained to be a substance use counselor many years ago might not have had the same expertise as someone does now.
Okay.
Does that help answer it?
Just quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
Just give me a simple answer. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that basically MLADAC has the same training as more general mental health people, but they also have an additional extra specialized training for drug and alcohol abuse
Correct.
treatment. And so it's kind of a specialty of the mental health area more than a completely separate thing. Is that correct?
Yeah, essentially, the way, without this change, in order for an MLADAC to prove that they know how to treat other mental health disorders and to be able to do that when the substance use disappears, they had to get 2 licenses.
Okay.
And so not only do you have the extra education to be able to treat substance use? You had to prove above and beyond everything else that you could do that by getting another license.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Unless you have something else to share, you're all set.
I would encourage the committee. I know that the study committee is going to have a lot involved, and I plan and want to be part of every part of the study committee. But I would encourage you to even consider passing this without putting it in the study committee because of how vital it is for client care.
Let me clarify that. It's not a study committee, it's a subcommittee.
A subcommittee,
The
okay.
subcommittee's responsibility is to get something tightened up and neatened up so that so that we can vote on it. So we will be voting on it. Don't worry. We're not gonna don't
Totally
worry.
my misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you wanna. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, a subset of us, the people here, will meet and go over it in more detail and spend a little more time on it. And if you're available, it'd be great having you, we'll have to figure out when to schedule it, but to provide input on it and go over it in more detail and see if there needs to be any changes or not, and then come back to the full committee. But full committee will vote on this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Abakoff. 1 out of 2. I gotta get something.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. I appreciate the time to speak with you today. I guess I would like to, before making any of my own comments, address one of Representative Lakis's, I'm trying, questions, and that was about is the MLADAC more of a specialty of mental health than a license onto its own? And my answer is it is not a specialty of mental health. So there is a long history in this profession of growing up through a culture of substance use disorder, and understanding and building on the understanding of how substance use disorder is not only a complication of mental illness, but also an illness all on its own. And it's not just that the folks who have MLADACs treat substance use disorder along with mental health, but they understand, they are trained in the integrated care of how to be able to differentially diagnose when a mental illness is stands on its own, and when their mental illness is caused by the symptoms of mental illness, are not really mental illness at all, but really a symptom of ongoing use. They are trained in how to treat the two disorders together. Historically, what has happened is you treat the mental illness when it comes up, you treat the substance use disorder when it presents. And what the MLADAC has been trained to do is know how to treat both, even when one is not active, to prevent it from relapsing in the future. So it is really its own kind of culture and own profession. And what the LADAC board has done is created a workforce ladder. We have such a workforce shortage in this state, and it has created a workforce ladder whereby you can start as a peer support person, a CRSW, and build on the knowledge and the education that you gain to get your LADAC, and build on the knowledge and the education that you gain, and it all counts towards your MLADAC if that's what you choose to do. And so it actually, for those people who begin in the peer support realm, it shortens their journey to becoming a master's level counselor.
Thank you.
So the other piece is, so
Ms. Abakoff, just real quickly, if you could pull the mic just a little bit closer to you,
sure.
that'd be great.
I'm short.
Yeah. Well, especially when you lean back, you get a little far away from it.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I'm the executive director of an organization known as Horizons Counseling Center. We're one of the first co-occurring programs in the state of New Hampshire. We opened in 1987 as a co-occurring program. I carry 2 licenses. And I want to give you an idea of the practicality of this. I carry 2 licenses because it allows me not only to provide services to folks once one of their disorders is not active, but it's also necessary for me to supervise staff. I can't just hire staff who are going to then have to age out and send their people out. So the expense of hiring people who have to carry 2 licenses puts a burden on small organizations like mine. And that's another reason that this is such an important difference. I was also involved in writing of the initial legislation that went through in 2008, creating the MLATAC, and again in 2010, expanding the scope of practice. And the removal of the full expansion to treat co-occurring disorders when one disorder was no longer active was really a political compromise. And it was a way of saying, we understand that there's a lot of territoriality going on, and we'll defer as long as we can do the work that we've done. But what we've learned over these last years is having people transfer to someone else causes relapse. And that's one of the things that we very much want to prevent. So we're hoping that you understand that we're not looking to be mental health counselors. We're looking to be co-occurring disorders counselors to continue that identity. I get asked by mental health counselors all the time, why don't you just be a mental health counselor? And the reality is, folks with co-occurring disorders with substance use are looking for someone they know have expertise in how to treat the whole person holistically. And if we did, and honestly, if I were interested in treating mental health that stood alone and not the whole person, then why would I not only get all of the education that allows me to be the LICSW that I also am, and then an additional 300 hours of co-occurring disorders specific education, and an additional 8 hours for every 2 years for every licensing cycle to make sure that I keep that education current. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I don't have any other pink cards. Did anybody else wish to speak on SB 44? Seeing none, I will close the hearing, and that will conclude it for the day, and SB 44 is referred to the Subcommittee on Licensing.
I have to talk to Carol.
Representative Simon?
I have to talk to Carol, and I have to look when the